Right, good evening everybody. I hope that you are all well. Good evening to Igor, P1 as always, and Drat Fury. Good evening to you. It is Tuesday the 22nd of April. It's been a beautiful day. We are at the end of a 4-day bank holiday here in the UK. We had Good Friday and then we had Easter Monday. I was busy all the way through the weekend, so despite wanting to get on and do some racing at Atlanta, it didn't happen. So the DR rating, as we'll have a look in a minute, has not changed all over the weekend, which is a bit of a shame because that was an opportunity for me to improve my A ranking, because obviously the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, that is a mouthful, in the GR4 is one of my best combos, and we were doing okay there. We got I think we were a sub 1,000 top 1,000 time, so about 600-700 last week, which was amazing. This week, however, we've got the choice of the Nurburgring sprint in the GR3. Oh, could be really tempted with the GR3 car later this week if things pan out the way that I hope that they will be. A little bird gave me a little bit of information yesterday, day before, whenever it was. Could be a very, very, very interesting car coming for me. The GR3 could become one of my go-to cars if it happens. But for now, those people that I've spoken to today, and it's been a few, of which one is Gamer Dan, who's just jumped in. Good evening. And I can see that Greg is in as well. Good evening, good evening. Thank you for joining me. Everybody, without question, everybody has said to me, the GR4s around the Yamigawa and Miyabi racetrack, the Daily Race C is the one to go for. I believe that Gamer Dan has been having some fantastic results. Drat Fury, hope you pick race C. It looks like it is going to be race C. It really is. Now, I'm a little bit apprehensive because I'm a day behind, because I haven't done my usual prep on the Monday, because didn't get in until late yesterday. And so things didn't happen, and loads and loads of clearing out, ready for the move. You'll notice I've got one model. That's the only model you're going to see on the shelf, because all of the other ones have been packed away now. So the usual sort of randomness of the models is going to disappear. The only reason this one's not packed away is I don't have a box for it. It's the only model I don't have a box for. But yes, Kyoto. I like Yamigawa in the GR2 car. The Miyabi is okay in the karts. Can't believe I'm saying that. But the GR4 around here, don't think I've ever done it. And I very, 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 very rarely run this configuration. It's one that I don't know at all. So very often what I would be doing at this point is grabbing a car. Now I'm just going to select the Aston Martin. And the reason I'm doing the Aston Martin is basically because, well, if you look at the Friends ranking, Mad Hatter, V8 Vantage, Danny C, Grenster, Never Quit, Gamer Dan, Drat Fury, Hulky, Richard, 4SGT, you know, just about everybody, all the top guys are in the Aston Martin. We do like the Aston Martins. And if we go to the global ranking, there is an F-Type at 4. There's an M4, actually, in 7th. Another F-Type in 10th. But primarily, you can see that the Vantage is becoming the go-to car. There are a few other options in here, but certainly the Vantage tends to be the way to go. So we're going to go with the Vantage. And normally at this point I would be jumping straight in to the time trial, but the replay, and having a look at a fast replay and seeing how somebody's actually run it. I tell you what, we will actually do that now. But one of the things I do want to do is to get used to the track, the configuration, the flow, because I haven't got a clue how it's going. Drat Fury's just saying the Sylvia is also a viable option. So if we just go to one of the top guys in the world, let's just take this one here. Don't ask me to pronounce that name because I wouldn't even know where to start. And I've gone too far. Let's just exit out of there. I want to view, not save the replay. Let's just dive into it in here. And let's just play the replay. And we'll just have a little bit of a feel for the gears and things. Hello, Ollie. Good evening. Because it's one that I'm just so not used to. So not used to. That I am going to need to do some work on this. And I know a few of you are going to want me just to jump into it and just go for it. But I worked hard to get my A. And for the moment, I want to make sure that I don't just throw it away. So forgive me. That's the reason why I'm going to be taking it a little bit easy. So normally we come up here and we normally break in around about that little white square on the right hand side there, but that's normally in the GR2s. Where are we breaking in the GR4s? So the GR4s, well, we're breaking a bit afterwards, but not really any visual indicators that I can see there. Let me just change the view to where I'd normally be. So you've got the beginning of the stand on the left hand side, but that's going to be really hard to pick out. You've got these 4 white boards on the left hand side. Let me just go onto the big screen. Yeah, sorry, Drat Fury. And Dan's put up a ghost, which remind me, Dan, I'll do that in a moment. So we've got, yeah, the 4 white boards, which might be a tad late. If I just go back a step, say normally I would be braking there on that white bit. So braking quite a bit later, even using the beginning of the red and white bits on the right hand side there, not really going to work. And I don't want to rely too much on the tyre marks. And interestingly, you'll see that it's starting to pull away from the curb quite early, not actually following the tyre marks, which is quite interesting. Normally hooking up the inside of this curb, so very often they'll get a wheel actually over the curb to pull the car around. I'm noticing that he's not actually doing that as well. Richie, good evening, my friend. Thank you for dropping in. So yeah, quite interesting. 4th gear through there. So now he's hooking up the curb on the exit. Normally they hook it up a bit earlier than that. Then we should be just straight up through the gears, and it's just basically a case of just hooking up the insides of each of these curves. I had my biggest ever accident doing this. I think it was this one. I caught the curb and it absolutely threw the car around. Did a 360 horizontally and vertically. It was an absolute nightmare. Right, where are we braking here? So again, normally I'm looking for the beginning of the curb in the GR2s. He is actually braking at the beginning of the curb. Down at the 4th gear, yep. And again, normally I'm hooking up the inside of the curb here. He does hook up there a little bit, being careful on the exits. Then we go down the hill. Now this is where it changes, because normally we'll go right, but we're now going left. So where on earth are we braking down the bottom here? Let me just go into this follow view. So we're braking pretty much on the 100-meter board, or just before the white plinth on the left-hand side. Cutting across sooner than I thought. I thought we would go deeper and then cut across. But he's coming across, still braking all the way to the apex. In fact, still on the brakes, even as we're going through the corner, look. Trail braking right the way to the apex. It's a full hairpin, that one, it looks like. 2nd gear. Then up through the gears. Staying in 2nd for this one. Again, this is all going to be fairly new. What gear are we going to do with this one? So we're just flat through there, flat through there. And then we've got a left-hander that's coming up. Okay, so where are we braking on that one? Oh, this is going to be really interesting for me. So basically, it looks like it's on the steward's hut. Just after the... No, it's not even there. So we're cutting across. So flat through that one. Flat through there. Okay, so we don't brake there at all. Stay over to the left. So this one is this one going to be the steward's hut? Yeah, pretty much the steward's hut. 3rd gear? Yeah, 3rd gear, up and 4th. I can't even remember half of this. Over to the left-hand side. Where do we go? The end of that curb? End of the... Okay, so pretty much the end of the yellow bit. And again, he's cutting straight into the apex. should be straight up the top here, and then we pick up the bit of the course I do know, so we should be flat through here, braking down the curve here sort of shortly after the numbers. No, it's later than that, just after the numbers. Oh, again, there's no real visual indicators. Second gear through there. Okay, doesn't touch first. Fourth through here. Out the third for a bit of rotation. Take the inside. There's the third view. So I'm going to have to, this is going to be, so the beginning, okay. I'm going to have to build up my braking points, I think, on this one. Because it's very, very, very different to the GR2s and the GR3s that I've done this before. Don't think I've really raced this very much in the GR4 cars. So it's going to be a lot slower than I'm used to. A lot slower than I'm used to. Now, I happen to know that Dan has set a time. So I'm just going to dive out to the replays. I'm going to grab his time. 2:28.343. Is that the same? I think he's got the same up there. I'm going to pick this one that has already got a like on it. I'm going to add that to my collection, and then we'll come out of there, and I think it's going to be a case of just getting into this and getting the flow. I think a lot of this is all going to be about learning the flow of the track, and also learning how the two tracks transition from one to the other, because normally as we go into the Miyabi part of the track, I'm used to going left. So you go round the fast left-hander, keep over to the right, down the bottom, over the hill, down the bottom, and then do a left. Whereas now I've got to do a right, and then I've also got to watch for the transition back to Miyabi. So yeah, we'll just, everybody's saying it's a great track. Everybody's saying it flows really well. We are just going to have to go with the flow and just see how things happen. Could be very interesting. Right, so I've not entered. We'll do the qualified time trial. We'll grab the ghost. We're going to grab Dan's. We're in the same car, which is good. And then we'll get out there. So we're looking, what are we looking for? We're looking for a 228, a low 228. Okay. This is a lot slower than I had imagined it would be. Right, this is where it's different. So we've got to go over to the left. Too deep. Why have I not got and display loaded ghost? That might help. So we should be flat through here. Whoa! Okay, don't pick up the inside of that curb. whatever you do. This is going to take some laps to get a decent time, I think. Oh, that's awful. Good evening, Granster. I'm late braking, way too late for that one. Can't find a braking point for that right now. Well, I have to say I'm not really liking this one so far. Hooking up the curb there. Just going to have to work at this. I'm in the Aston Martin, Grandster, for this one. Left it there and I shouldn't have done. Got my corners muddled. Oh! There's too many corners to remember! I keep on having to even look at the track map to remember where I am. Hello, Johnny. Ugh. So apparently short shifting the BMW loves the curbs. Well, at the minute, it looks like the Aston Martin is the car of choice. Both a lot of my people on my friends list are in the Aston Martin, and certainly a lot of the people in the top 100 are in the Aston. So I'm going to try and stick with this car for the moment. What I've got to try and do is get the flow around here. So go flat through here. Keep over to the right hand side. Now I'm looking for the steward's hut. I need to brake before that. So 230s are way too slow. We're 2 seconds off the pace. Not hooking up that curve yet. How am I going to find 2 seconds? We need to come down to third for that one. More rotation. That's too deep. Again. Slow, too slow, too slow. I do like the Beamers. The only trouble with the Beamer is it's usually the BMW GR4 is normally pretty slow. And unfortunately, I've learnt that in the daily races, there's not a lot of point in arguing with the top 100. Unless it's a Genesis, of course. Still nowhere near good enough. My worry is that we're back down into a daily B, into a DRB time, not an A. Oh no! Ah, my word. Dan, no, I'm nowhere near ready for it, my friend. I'm 2 seconds off where I need to be. 2 seconds is way too much. I'm going to have to study the replays more and the gears, I think. trying to get a second down. This is crazy. No, this is just not hooking up. Not hooking this up at all. I'm going to have to study the gears a lot more, I think. Not good, not good, not good at the moment. Oh, how long have I got? 25 minutes. Oh man, alive. Oh man, alive. This is hard. You've got a 27. I can't even make a 28. So let me just continue to chase down for the moment. This is what I'm saying. I'm just not quick enough at the moment to even consider going racing. I have a funny feeling I'm going to need to do a lot of offline work on this one to get this settled in. I need to see what gear Dan's using through there. I've got a feeling I need to be third. Fourth, that's what I'm doing. I need to watch how you're accelerating then. So I normally do these in fourth. I'm just not getting on the power quick enough. See, I'm sliding out, whereas you're hooking up the apex there. Hello, Hugh. I'm trying to find the lap time, but struggling at the moment. Got 20 minutes before we go into the lobbies. Way off this one, look, nearly a second off the pace. Yeah, tension is normally a bit too quick for me, so I'm just running against Dan at the moment. The lines on the long corners are crucial, and I think that's where I'm losing a lot of my time. Going out too wide on some of them. Where on earth am I going to find the rest of this time? still well down. Ah! Yeah, it's day one for me. It is day one, but I'm just a bit concerned that to find basically 2 seconds is a lot of time to find around this track. So I've got to catch up fast, really fast. We'll push on. We might do one race at the end of the stream, depending how things are going. I notice that Dan takes a double dose of the brake there, but I'm off. If I didn't lift there, it's cost me more. That's a bit too late on the brakes. Needs to be just a tad before that line. On the accelerator a little bit earlier than that. I like my lines through there. This one is a bit of a bind. As you see, I come way out the curb there, whereas Gamer Dan doesn't. Normally I go down this curb to the end to then get a switch back across here, but are people then going to be throwing it up the inside and pushing you out wide? That's my question in the race. Oh, I'm phased. Come and race with me, mate. Come and push me at the back when we do it in the lobbies. Because I am so far off the pace. Look at that. Just really struggling with it. Right, staying fifth all the way up the top here. Way too wide through there. That corner I need to analyse with the telemetry software, I think. So I'll record mine, record one of the fastest guys in the world, and then overlay the two. And then just have a look and see exactly what we're doing. Oh, it's minus. Come on. This is still a 230. I'm faced. I think I'm with you on this one. I think I'm with you on this one. Coasting on that corner. You mean the one at the very bottom of the map, Dan? Okay, I'll bear that in mind. So I'm coasting and I'm going out way wide. Yeah, I need to monitor, I need to analyse that a lot more. Oh. Oh. Why did you guys put me down for this one? To do this one this week? Oh. As for a few people, maybe this is going to be one of those weeks where the daily races is not going to be for us, maybe. I've had a few people that have contacted me this week and said they're not doing the daily races. Not hooking it up through there. Oh, Greg, if you're doing a 226, I am not going to be chasing you tonight this week. If you're getting 26s, that's insane. Where are we? One more lap and then we'll call it a day. Just bouncing around between the 129s and the 230s. 229s and 230s. I mean, it's just nowhere near quick enough. 2/10 down already on this one. blue, but it's not blue enough. Yeah, I could try a few other cars and just have a look and see which cars are coming through. That is something I could try. That is definitely a possibility, but a 129 is just rubbish. Rubbish. Sorry, 229. I keep saying 129. 229. Just. I mean, crikey, where am I? 3,000. I need to be up in the 2,000. 3,000 is right back to B level. And you know, Vantage. There is an M4 in there. There's an F-type, a couple of F-types, but primarily Vantages. So I think the Vantage is the car to go with, but not even on my top 10. I need to be so much quicker. Yeah. Evening, Jonesy. The thing with the VW is there was quite a few of them in the ranking boards. This one does look to be primarily Aston Martin. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. And the other thing as well is I don't know what the standard of racing is at the moment there, having not done one. But as you can see on the screen there, I've only got 34,500 points. So if I start to lose DR, I'm going to be tanking back towards the B very, 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 very quickly. That isn't a reason not to race it though. Standard of racing punt fest. Oh, it's not, is it? I hope not. I really hope not. I really, really hope not. Right, I'm just keeping an eye on my phone today because my daughter is flying back into the UK. And we've got Marley. And she's just landed. Cool. They've just landed back in the UK from Cyprus, which is rather nice. So let's just get out there and have some fun. Forget all about daily races for a moment and see how we go. So Jonesy's found the F-type to be quicker, but only just though. Okay. So maybe there is an opportunity to try a few different cars out there. Borky, good evening, my friend. I'm going to go for the qualifier at... I'm going to go quarter past. I really wanted to go 10 past, but I'm a little bit behind the curve. So we'll go quarter past. And yeah, my arms are aching after that. So you 2,000 ahead of me, unfazed. I'm assuming you're ahead, aren't you? Yeah, you must be. So you must be, what, 36 and a half? Something like that? So there is the F-type to look at. Difficult one. Very difficult one. Right, we're going to be watching Greg and Unfazed around here because they apparently were doing this over the weekend, the long weekend, and said it was a really good race. So I've put it in to see what it's like. I'm going to just jump out on track to see what this car is like because I haven't got a clue. And we're on comfort soft tyres too. It's not quick. Ooh. Hello, Mad Max. How are you doing, my friend? Oh, it's a bit slidey through there. For anybody that doesn't have this car, it is available in the used car dealership at the moment. Just go grab one, keep it stock, throw some comfort soft tyres on it, jump on track. Told you, Greg, another phase are going to be quick. Look at that, 125.4. Well, we'll leave him out there then. What's he doing? Just laying down out there? I'll pop down in a minute. I might have a little job to do in a moment. Got a little doggy that's not very well at the moment. So he's out in the garden at the moment, and Joe's having trouble getting him to come in. I suspect she'll be wanting to get him in and get herself sorted. So I might have to pop downstairs in a moment, just give her a hand. You seem to be able to use that little dip in this car, unlike a lot of the other cars that we use. Let me just get over the line and I'll pop down to see what I can do downstairs. So I will be disappearing for a few moments, and then we'll come back and pretty much be ready to get this one underway, I suspect. At 1:15 we're going to get this one underway. Looks like it's just third gear all the way up the hill. Brave on the brakes there. Wow, Greg is so much quicker. Right, I will be back in just a moment. Oh, that was a bit quicker than I thought it was going to be. He did actually come in. Right, so where are we? Oh, we've got a little bit of time. Let's just have a little look and see what some people are doing out on track. So this is Greg White, our fastest runner at the moment. Using all of the curb to carry the speed up the hill, I would imagine. Sounds like that's probably in third. Not lifting. Taking quite a wide line through there. So that's Greg in the black and white car. Gamer Dan is in the red car. He's got a half-second penalty at the moment. He's in the red car. Then we've got Jonesy is in the white car with black stripes. Richard is in the black one. Oh no, Ollie's gone pink again. Oh Ollie, what is it with the pink cars? Borky is in the red one with the flames down the side. Unfazed is in, well, that's a nice livery. That's like weathered. That's been weathered really nicely. That's a beautiful livery. Look at that. Red with 2 white stripes but weathered. I do love it when people weather their cars nicely rather than just making it a right old mess. Ollie says we all have pink cars. That's mine. Nothing special about that. Ollie pink, obviously, and then Greg we're back around to. So just a few of us in this one to start off with. Just 8. Borky is in, so that's good. We'll see how we go. A lot of people saying that it's slow but enjoyable. A lot of fun. We'll see how we go. We'll see how we go. This part of the stream has nothing to do with DR or anything like that. Just straightforward enjoying some great cars and great tracks with my mates. And then after this, we're going to go into, so this is basically like the daily race A this week. Then we're going to do daily race B. Then we're going to do daily race C. And then we've got a Nordschelife in the GR3s lined up. And then once we've done all of that, I'll jump back into the daily races and see what happens in a daily race C. Slightly apprehensive, I have to say, given the lap time. Seemed to be good 2 seconds off the pace, which is not good. But then again, I don't know what race pace is. Race pace and obviously qualifying pace, 2 very, very different things. 2 very different things. Right, just under a minute and then we'll get going. So we've got Greg White, Ollie, Unfazed, Richard, me, Dan, Jonesy and Borky. Quite a little bit light this evening. I thought we would be light on numbers because I've been away for 4 days. There's always a bit of a lull when you come back. But we'll see how we go. And thank you to everybody that has sent in the old race agreements over the weekend. I've got 2 or 3 to complete. I noticed that Willie has requested one, and I've got a couple of others that I'm in the process of processing, and that takes us, I think, 50 then will be returned, which is a lot more than I thought it would have been. And of course Tuesday, a lot of people are out there doing the daily races as well, so Tuesday can be a quiet one. Right, let's get this one underway. Let's start the qualifying and just see where we wind up. This one could be quite interesting. So I guess this is going to be more about technique than anything else. Right, let's go. 5-minute quali, so we should get, I don't know, 2 or 3 laps, flying laps. Welsh boy loves the Alfas, hates to work on them. Are they bad to work on then? Well, no, clearly they are, because he says it's a nightmare. And they're always, well, the old ones were always going wrong, so Don't know so much about the new ones, but wow, look at Greg, how much speed he's got. Okay, so he's cutting the inside of that one. This is only, I was going to say it's only the outlap, but I don't think it is. This is just... Right, let's just no, it's going to do that. Let's try it again. I'm just watching the guys coming up the hill, want to stay out of the way. Most people are doing 127s. Greg's done a 125th. I've got a track limit. So yeah, we're not doing well here at all. We haven't got time to go again. And we're going to get a track limit penalty. So all in all, we're in trouble. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. We are in trouble. That one probably won't count. It doesn't. Now we've got our second penalty to contend with. And we've gone too deep into there. Christian, thank you for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate that. We're off again. That got to go wider into there. End your job out just to do the alternator. Whoa. I remember the first time we had a Mark 1 Mondeo in, and we had one in and it failed the MOT on the headlight adjustment, and we had to take the front of the car off to adjust the headlights. There's a bar between the two, or one of the headlights had to be replaced, and we had to basically take half the front of the car out just to do that. It's crazy, some things. They're obviously built to make them easier, but not to repair them easier. I think some of these cars. But an engine out to do something like an alternator, that's a bit horrible. Right, so Gaming Dan is up front at the moment. We are still running. As predicted, I am way down the order. I'm going to be starting this one absolutely last. Stone cold last. Hey, Borky's on his wheel. Cool, cool, cool. So where are we? At the moment, Ollie, Jonesy and I'm phased are in 3rd, 4th and 5th. Richard is in 6th, but with the opportunity to jump up. Borky and I are in 7th and 8th. And at the top, we've got Gamer Dan and Greg White are fighting it out amongst themselves. But can Richard upset the order here at all? Just as they will be coming around to finish the last flying lap. Who knows? So Greg White can't. It will be Gamer Dan with a 1:25.3, and I am 6 seconds, 6.5 seconds off the pace here. Just 0.4 between Greg White and Gamer Dan. Ollie's 1.2 back, and then just 1.3 to Ollie, and then Unphased 1.4. So it's pretty tight between 3, 4, and 5. Don't know quite what's happened to Richard. I think he might have got lost. Oh, Ollie, I don't want to let a yellow car, a pink car beat me. But I don't think there's an awful lot I'm going to be able to do about it this one. All right, so it is Gamer Dan and Richard is in 6th. So let's get this one underway and see how we go. We got 5 laps around here, so it's not a lot of laps. But obviously it's fairly slow time, 1.5 minutes. We'll just have to see how we do. Can I get past Borky? Can I get round without a penalty? Right, let's see what we can do. We're starting at the back. Penalties were a problem. Oh, Richard's got a penalty straight away for a false start. Well, won't be a penalty, but he's going to get a slow getaway. Whilst the game just holds him back a bit. I've got Borky on the outside of me. Braking early. Make sure we don't run into the guys up front. Got Borky on the inside, got to give him some room. Almost got a penalty there. Still got a penalty there. Oh, for goodness sake. I thought I was okay through there. Was I the only one to get a penalty? Really? Really? Come on, game. Give me a break. Richard's coming up fast. Even though I've got a slipstream, Richard's miles quicker than me. Oh, he's going to hit the wall. He's hit the wall. That should have slowed him down a bit. It doesn't look like it did. I would have expected that to have slowed him down significantly. Where do I serve the penalty? I cannot believe that I was the only one to do that. Or did Richard get one as well? Still going slower than Richard. Losing time everywhere around here. Greg White game down out front at the moment. I've got Jonesy just in front of me. Well, I say just in front of me. Some 5 seconds down the road. Dan and Greg very, very, very close together. Jonesy's still 5.6. We'll be going around. So that's 7.4 now. Just trying to save that slide. So we've got the top 3 running away at the moment. To the final lap. Got Ollie and Richard behind me, I can see. Hard race, that one. Ollie and Richard both got me. I had a 1 second penalty. What did I get a 1 second penalty for? What a silly race. What a silly race that was. Oh dear. Give me some GRs back. But, Gamer Dan and Greg, what a race up front. Clean race bonus. Yeah, I was getting track limits. Well. There we go. The penalties did for me there, as always. As always. One 0 to the pink car, says Ollie. Oh, it's going to be a lot more than that by the time we've finished, my friend. A lot more than that by the time we've finished. I'm reckoning 4-0 tonight. That's my. I'm so out of practice. Gamer Dan was your winner with a 125.4. Greg White in second with a 125.6, just 0.2 behind, and then a big old jump back, 7.4 seconds behind Jonesy in third with a 126.3. Ollie managed to get me at the end there in fourth. Richard got me because of the penalty in fifth. I was in sixth, unfazed also with the penalty in seventh, and Borky in eighth for that one. Right, okay, let's move very quickly on. Now we start getting into some interesting things. We are at the Nurburgring Sprint in the GR3s, and we'll see how we go. Looks like Richard took out unfazed and Ollie. Thank you for the apology, my friend, and thank you to everybody for waited. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't got a clue on car for this one. I'm going to go with the Ferrari, but no idea. We'll give that one a go. Oh, we need racing medium tyres, do we? Okay, let's put a set of those on. And we'll get this one underway. There's only a few of us. At 22, I think. Just see if there's anybody else out there that wants to come and join us. So the MR has dominated this race in particular, but pick what suits you. I'm going to give the Ferrari a go. Just see what happens. So let's just get out there. Whoa. Well, there's me trying to follow Dan, and he's just taking me off the track. So that didn't work. Hello, Damage. Thanks for popping in and lurking. I'm just... Sorry, Dan. No. No, no. I just did to Dan. I just got him back. That's what I've just done. I've just got him back. Sorry, mate. Where is he? Right, so this is the hairpin, not what I thought it was. Not the hairpin, the chicane. Who have we got in this one? Greg White, Ollie, Unfazed, Richard, me, Gamey Dan, Jonesy, and Borky. Right, let's get the qualifying underway. See what we do. Max, we're not talking about that. That topic's off limits, my friend. No worries. No. Can't put a lap together at all tonight. Ugh. Ugh. Really not being able to drive anything. Watch out, I've been known to retaliate. Oh, we know, my friend. We know, we know. Greg has joined the dark side, look. As Unfazed said, he has, he's in a hurricane. So Greg has totally joined the dark side. So we've got Greg in the hurricane, Richard's in the 458, Unfazed is in the hurricane, Gamey Dan's in the 458, Ollie's in the Beetle, a pink one, Jones is in the Genesis, I'm in the 458, and Borky's in the 650. Right, let's get this underway. And Dan's saying this Ferrari is harder on manual. Wow. Well. Let's see how we go. Looks like the Lambo and the Ferrari is pretty evenly paced on this one. So we'll see how things pan out in this. Oh, no, I'm off. it's in the gravel. I was trying to work with him to catch these guys up front. C-Tech, you need to email me. And I'll send you a link and a code. was hard work. That was hard work. Unfazed was the winner there on that one. No great surprise in Hurricane. Just 0.3 ahead of Greg White. Gamer Dan in third with a 1.2 behind. So well done to the three of you. Let's just do a quick save replay, as we always do. Save and a share. So anybody that wants to have a look at that one back, they can do. Ollie says 2-0 to the pink cars. Ah, yeah, but you see, I'm a B ranked racer. Well, I'm an A officially, but I'm really a B. And you're an A plus. You're way faster than me. Richard, bend it on the last chicane from 3 seconds in the lead. Oh, that's got to hurt. That's got to hurt. Unfazed was your winner with a 127.6. Greg White in second with a 128.2. And Gamer Dan in third with a 127.5. Ollie in fourth. As we just heard, Richard binned it on the last lap with a 127.4 and the fastest lap. Jonesy did get the better of me by 0.3 of a second for 6th. I got 7th. And Borky with a spin in 8th. But your top 3, Unfazed, Greg White and Gamer Dan. Well done. Right now, we go into the big one. This is the Daily Race C. Long race, this one. Plus, we've got to do a pit stop. Now, I can't enforce a pit stop in this one. So, I am relying on you to pit. I am relying on you guys to pit. Yeah, we're at track this evening. And he's not racing. But there we go. But it's a great racing up front at the moment. Really, really good racing. And Greg got his A+, which is nice. Congratulations on getting that back, my friend. He was grinding away over the weekend to get that, which is good. And Gamer Dan's up to an A now as well. He's been coming up through the B rank in the Daily Race C, this race. So I'm expecting Dan to be fairly quick in this one. We will change the car. I'm going to go with the Vantage. I could try one of the others, but I think I'll stick with that for the moment. When are we going to get this one underway? Only a few of us in this one again. Very quiet evening. I'm going to start this one at 05. On this one. Gamer Dan is going for Greg. Need to get back to an A+. Well, the way you're going this week, my friend, I think you'll probably do it. So only a few of us in this one. Me, Dan, Jonesy, Borky, Greg White, Unfazed and Richard Sauce. Like I said, quiet nights. It could be to do with the agreement. I'm not quite sure. Still monitoring the agreement at the moment, if I'm perfectly honest. I've had a few people that have been borderline on some of the rules, and I've called them out on the rules, and it's been quite nice to say rule number and nobody can now turn around and say, oh, I didn't know. And that's one of the nice things for me. It's like so many people kept saying to me, oh, I didn't know the rules, I didn't know I couldn't do that, I didn't know I couldn't do this. Okay, Grenster won't be on for a while. Welsh boy just congratulating Greg with the A+. That's where you belong. Cool beans. So we've got Ollie and Richard just to join us. And I will just going to have a break for a moment and then we will get out there. I'm glad I'm in the Aston Martin. I do like the Aston Martin. Big Aston Martin fan. I know a lot of you say that I like the... it needs to be the FR, Richard. It needs to be an FR car. Just like the dailies this one's modelled on. Plus, there's a mandatory pit stop in this one. So yeah, it's a few cars. The Toyota 86 and the Subaru BRZ, I think, is up there. Obviously, the F-Type and the V8 Vantage, they're both good cars in this one. I'm just going to shut my door for the moment. Bear with me a second. But yeah, they're good cars. Or you could go with a wild card, like Richard's just said. He's going for a wild card. Try something a bit different. I think the G86 is a good choice. I don't think it's a particular wild card. I think it's up there. But obviously the Aston is the main car for people to go in. Let's just have a little look and see what people are doing. We've got Gamer Dan, he's in the Aston Martin. He's in the monster car. Dan's doing really well around here. Lots of confidence, doing very well. He's come up from the B into the A. Now he's heading for A+. Tells me that he hasn't lost DR in any of his races so far, which is a massive achievement. I think that's really, really good. But then I do consider Dan to be an A+ ranked racer, so he's just come up through the B's to the A. So I wasn't surprised to hear that he was doing well, and hopefully he'll be able to keep that pressure up through the A's and get some good racing. Questions like to say hello. Greg White with a beautiful livery with the PSO on the side of that and on the windscreen. Thank you for that, my friend. Looks really nice. In the it's a lovely livery. I like that one. Very, very nice. So Greg, one of our top racers, he's in the Jaguar, so this will be interesting. So we've got an Aston and a Jaguar. Then we've got Jones, he's in the Jaguar as well. Just a plain green one with gold wheels. Then we've got Richard, is in the wildcard car, the Toyota 86. Could be one to watch. Mad Max in a blue Aston Martin with a white stripe down the middle. Unfazed is also in the Aston, black and white one. Ollie in the pink car. This is the one I need to beat. This is the one I've got to work on, but he's so much quicker than me, is Ollie. He's a proper A+ racer. I think he's an A rather than an A+, but he drives like an A+ racer and so much quicker than me. Saying that, he's just binned it. Let's hope he does that in the race. I jest. I hope he doesn't. I hope he has a good race. Borky is in the Ferrari. An interesting choice. Isn't that an illegal car? That's an MR car, not an FR car. Borky, I think you're in the wrong car, mate. Borky's in the wrong car. So we got, yeah, Borky's in the wrong one. He's in a 458. Oh, so that's the wrong car. Let's just see if he does change. I'm not going to be overly fussed if he wants to stay in the 458. It would just be nice if we are all in the right car. Is Borky going to change? Is he listening? I don't know if he's in VR. Might not be able to hear and see. Borky, you're in the wrong car, my friend. I think he might be tucked away and can't hear us at the moment. We are at bypass when I said we would go, so it might be that he's just going to have to be in the wrong car for this one. I do not want to kick him. Ah, he's changing. There we go. He's just changing. Cool, cool, cool. cool C-Tech. I'll get to that a little later after the stream. I've got 2 or 3 to process, so we'll get that done. So he's gone for the V8 Vantage as well. Okay, so we've got Greg White, Ollie, Unfazed, Richard, Mad Max, me, Gamer Dan, Jonesy and Borky. Just 9 of 16. A little bit quiet in this one, but let's get this one underway and we'll see how we go. Good luck, everybody. See if I can do a bit better on this one. So the car that I'm going for is, and we're not going to get an awful lot of time to get these laps done, so it could just be one flying lap, bearing in mind it's a 2.5 minute lap. This could be a 1 lap quali. Nothing like putting the pressure on everybody. Oh, I've gone too deep again. Oh no, Gamer Dan's got kicked out again. No. Makes no sense, Dan. I don't understand that. What would be the difference between daily races and a lobby race? It's not a NAT issue, is it? That NAT thing? Too deep. We binned it. get round for another one. Even if I do, that's not enough time. Hello, Zach. Good evening. How are you? No, we're not going to get round for another one. The pressure of these one hit qualies is tough. You spin it, you get no time to recover. Fourth at the moment. You had to reinstall again, Dan. What? Ah, when are PD going to get this sorted out? Okay, for anybody wondering, Gamer Dan has had a technical issue. That's the reason for the DNF. And in this one, we've got Greg White is going to lead us off. Richard in second. Mad Max in third. Jonesy's got fourth. Unfazed in fifth. Ollie just ahead of me. And I am just ahead of Borky. So, yeah. But look at that. Just 0.8 of a second splitting the top five guys. Ooh, this is going to be tough. This is going to be tough. Yeah, so Unfazed had an issue. He had to reinstall too. I don't know. DHL or Zach, a room. Oh, that'd be Zach in there. Zach, if you want to race with us, my friend, then you want to be having a look at this. Let me just put join up. Good evening, Hulky. Hello, my friend. Right, let's get this one underway and we'll see how we go. So, longest race, we've got 8 laps around here and we do need to pit. So you've got to pit at least once. And I don't believe you've got to change tyres or anything. It's just one of these silly stop and goes. I really wish that it would have been like a racing medium, racing soft option. Would have been quite good. But alas, PD have decided not to do that. So, yeah, it is what it is. Right, let's... so we're starting last. This one. It's hard going through there when you're following somebody. You can see why I'm not too keen about doing the old daily races at the moment. Everybody's just walking all over me. I have a feeling that this week is going to be a DR peeler for me. Like a few of you, I could be giving it a miss. Oh, it's in the wall. Sorry, Zach, I've got so many people that join now, losing track of who has and who hasn't. Further and further back at the moment. Let's just concentrate a little bit and see what we can do. Still pulling away from me, although he does have a slip stream that I don't have. Big slide is not going to help. Where I was. Hey, Jack's in the room. Good evening, Jack. How are you doing? Bessel's going to join for the last one. I've gone the wrong way again. Still for me 5 seconds behind the guys up front. Oh, crikey. That doesn't want to slow down through there with that brake balance. I know, I'm interested to see how the rubber works on this one, C-Tech. whether it needs a change or not. This is the first time that I've actually run this race. I've only done time trialing. See what that lap time is. .132, so what's a tyre change? 2 seconds? Oh, I broke too late there. Right. So, tyres do need to be changed. I just wondered how we could go with without any, without doing a change. I know we got to come in. I didn't know if a stop and go was going to be worth it. So Dan, do you always change the tyres? Everyone changes. Okay. Yeah, I can feel it starting to slide a bit now. Oh, never quit. Catch up with the chat in just a moment. Okay. Cool. Cool. No worries. Sounds good. Sounds good. I'm just so slow around here. I was just looking to see how far I could take the tyres and whether that might give me just something. But you know, you do drop off. It's too difficult. Yeah, I'm just a bit worried about the daily races this week. Really not convinced I'm going to be doing any at all, if I'm perfectly honest. I don't seem to be able to hook up a lap at all around here. Or I go and try the Hungaroring. Try that race in the GL3s. Exactly, unfazed. Nobody forces me to do them. Absolutely not. I could drop them. I don't want to. I like the challenge, but I also like having my A. But I have also got a US account, which I could try and see if I can bring that up a bit. So yeah, there are options. I can still do daily A and have some fun. No. Okay. Mad Max was the winner there with a 2:30.0. Greg White in second with a 2:29.5 and the fastest lap. Unfazed in third with a 2:30.3. Ollie in fourth, Jonesy fifth, Richard in sixth. I got seventh and Borky in eighth. All right, okay, so we're heading off into the last one of the night. Heading off to the Nordschelife. And any GR3 car for this one. Gammy Dan says, yeah, test it out on the US account. I think I might. I'll actually drop into the US account in a moment. If I'm honest, I may well do that. Jump into that one in a moment and see how we go. I don't know why I fancy something a bit different around here today. I want something a bit different. I don't know what to go with. What car would you like to see me in, guys? What would you like to see me racing in? What we got? We've got Mustang, Supra, the 4C. I usually go BMW or the Genesis. Jack Fury's gone for the Beetle. I'm not quite sure what to go with. Hey! Hello, McClue. Nice to see you, my friend. Thank you for dropping in. Never quit says the 4C. You want to see me in the 4C? Where on earth is the 4C? I haven't used that in the longest time. I can't even remember the last time I used that. In fact, I don't think I've ever used it. Let's grab some racing tyres. We'll give it a go. C-Tech, I'll have a note at that. Civ Racing, good evening. Good evening, good evening. Thank you to everybody that's jumping in, saying hello at the moment. I really appreciate it. So at the minute, we got Greg White, Ollie, Unfazed, Mad Max, me, Granster, Jack Fury, and Borky. I think it's just grabbing the car. Looks like we've lost Jonesy for the moment. Just checking on. Okay, no worries. Looks like Marley's going to be picked up in the morning. Because I've just left Gatwick. Although they're making some good time. Oh. They're at Rickmansworth at the moment, so they're making some good time. But they're going to be very tired. I think they should go straight home, if I'm honest. Working their way around the M25 at the moment. So, yeah, quite a fair old way to go. We'll see how things go. Oh, Ollie, it will be a clean sweep. Don't you worry about that, my friend. It will be a clean sweep. Right, where are we going to go? We're going to go for the race at 43. So just a couple of minutes. We'll get going. But I think it will definitely, Ollie, definitely. I think it will be a clean sweep. Oh, Hulky's joining us. Especially if it puts Holly up front, which it may well do. Good night, Jonesy. Thanks for dropping in. He's feeling tired. That's his feel for tonight. Have fun, everyone. Okay. So, we'll just wait for Hulky. What cars are we in? Greg White is in the McLaren. Ollie's in the Beetle. Unfazed is in the Hurricane. Mad Max is in the Supra. I'm in the 4C. Grenster's in the 4C. Jack Fury's in the Beetle. Hulky's in the McLaren. And Borky is in the 911. So we've got this is interesting that we've got 2 McLarens. We've got 2 Beetles, 2 4Cs. Oh, and then we've got a Hurricane, Supra, and a 911. Cool. Right. We are going to be going in just under a minute. Beetles are supposed to be squished, right? Absolutely. Stamp on them. Stamp on them. Absolutely. Just make sure they don't bite your toe before you stamp on them, because it hurts. Especially if you get the big scarab beetles with the pinchy things. Nasty things. Right, let's get going. Good luck, everybody. Oh, one lap. Can I... Well, to do this, I've got to get past Mad Max, past Unfazed, past Ollie, because he's starting in second place. That's not going to be easy. All right, let's go, let's go, let's go. Thank you for the gear tip. I hope this doesn't rain because I've got no tyres. Although we're only a single lap, so if it rains, we're all in trouble. Ooh, goes Grand Star. Ollie's up in first place. Here comes Unfazed. That Hurricane. Whoa! He just left the ground there. Oh, not overly keen on this 4C, if I'm honest. Seems to be in the air more than it's on the ground. Going to be one ding dong battle going on up front. Mad Max Spencer and Unfazed. It's going to be a monster battle. I'd love to be able to stay with them, but I don't think I've got the skills they've got. Come on, with the rain. That'll liven things up a bit. Oh no. There we go, the tricky bit, the bit I always mess up on. Can't read that down. Better than I was doing a few months ago. Yeah, I'm starting to get used to it. I'm still making the odd mistake. Yeah, still making one or two little mistakes. He says, now that I'm not racing and able to watch you, I must say you're doing far better on Nords than you were doing months ago. Far better. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, that was hard. Yeah, the confidence is coming. The confidence is coming. Definitely is, definitely is. And I don't want to sound too negative about the daily races, but I've worked hard to get back into the A, and I just don't really want to just throw it away, which I know is a bit wimpy, but we'll get into it in a minute. And Ollie 3-1, no clean sweep tonight, my friend. Mad Max was your winner in the Supra with a 6:45.0. Grenster in second, just 0.476 behind. 4 seconds back was Unfazed, then Drag Fury, 12 seconds back in fourth. Hulky in fifth. Greg in sixth. I did get seventh. Should have done better. I had that bump into the barrier, which annoyed me. I just got one of the corners wrong. My concentration went for a moment, but I got seventh. And Ollie in eighth. And Borky in ninth. But your top three, Mad Max, Grenster, and Unfazed. Game of Dan, strange. Daily Race C has been my saviour for DR increase. You're worried. Well, it's just, as you can see, Dan, I'm not quick enough. I am not quick enough. Anyway, that is just done for the lobbies tonight. So I'm going to jump out of the lobby now. So thank you ever so much for everybody that's raced with me. If anybody wants to set up a lobby and carry on, please feel free. I think what I'm going to do now is I'm going to jump out into the US account, and I might go and do a daily C and see how we do. Should we do that? What do we think? Should we try the US account? Good night, Borky. Good night, my friend. Thanks ever so much to everybody that's raced. Jack Fury says no. Gamer Dan says yes. Let's just do this ticket. I might do the US account and go do a daily and see how we do. If I get a good ticket here, we'll do it. Ooh, we got a car. We got a car. We got a Mazda. Mazda Atenza. Well. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's just see. So we need to go roughly halfway through. Let's see how we go. I think I'm a B. Where do I change? Switch user. That one. I think this is my. I think this is my US account. We'll have a look. We will have a look. I think I'm only sort of just in a B. I think it's quite low. So it won't be the same as obviously the main account. But it'd be interesting to do a few races and just see how things go. Yeah, it could be a bit dirtier. Okay. We'll see how we go. So what are we on? So we're very low B and we're on an SRA. So yeah, it could be a bit dirtier than what we used to. It could be a little bit. Let me just double check to see where guys are. Okay, so where are they? Just south of Luton, it looks like. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Not a problem. Right, so don't even think I've got the Astermind. No, haven't. So I'm going to have to rent one. That one. So are we in this one? Just might have to get our elbows out a little bit in this one. But we have got pit strategy that could come into play, of course. Seems weird doing this without chasing somebody. been a bit of a fraud doing this, really. Being a high B ranked racer, going into a low B ranked lobby. Mind you, I saw Rory posted a video over the weekend, I think it was, where he jumped onto his US account to do another duplicate of his video that went viral. Ugh. Yuck. I have to concentrate like crazy. Well, everybody's going to take one look at that and go, oh, he's a numpty. Don't have to worry about him. So I've been a little bit like Rory's jumping into doing this. Oh, we've got 3 of them doing the daily A. Maybe. We'll do this one, and then we'll see how we go. Where are we? 14th. Well, a couple of guys have not set a time. We'll just see how this one goes. With the daily A, I do need to get my safety rating up. The trouble is, Eiger, is that really a race to get your safety rating up, other than running around at the back? We'll see. Right, let's see. Let's see what we can do. We've got to come through the field on this one. Oh, there's an M4 in here. Be interesting to see how the M4 does. Right, here we go. Here goes nothing. Right, so. Oh, it's a, what's it, a false start one, is it? I didn't realise it was a false start. Oh, it's a bit bumpy. Very bumpy indeed. To the guy in front. Somebody off. But it points us up to 4th. Five seconds behind the guys in front. All over the place through there. .8 at the moment. What we can do to close up, I wonder. Which way I was going there. 1.3. Right, remember where the track's going this time. Quite quick enough off the mark there. .8 at the moment. What's this guy doing? Is he coming in or is he going around? Do the same. And everybody's saying change the tyres, don't fuel. Going down and says, see, it's not that bad. Yeah, but I'm in a low B lobby. What would it be like if I was in an A? I would think. Right, let's see what we can do here. Oh, Frank's gone through. So the pit stop fell well for me because the Brazilians got caught up behind the Canadian in front of me, whereas I managed to jump the guy that was behind me. Well, I didn't jump him, but I came out in front of him. Now I've got to get past the Canadian quickly. Not doing it. Right now I've got to get onto the back of the Brazilian again. I've got a slipstream this time, just to help us along a little bit. going, mate. I need a slip. Oh, that was a late pit stop. The leaders at 12 seconds down the road. It's a long old way. Wow. back to third. Woo. Wasn't expecting that. I was not expecting that at all. Wow. So you reckon, well done, and yeah, if you can do it in this rating lobby, A should be easier. Oh, really? Trouble is, my time is... I'm not sure I've got the speed to do that in the main, on my main account. That's my concern. Really not convinced. I know you guys want to see me do it, but yeah. Oh, 11 positions raised. Didn't do much to the DR though, did it? Where are we? Okay. You want me to try one? Give me a double thumbs up if you want me to try one daily race on my main account. I'm not getting any double thumbs ups. They don't want me to do it. Risky says yes. Track Fury says yes. Oh, look at that for a ticket. That rubs your nose in it. In for a penny, in for a pound. In for a penny, in for a pound. This is probably a crazy idea. Completely bonkers idea, this. Rob's Rob. Good evening, good evening, good evening. Do you know what I say to Vic and Matt and Westy and Willie and everybody else out there? It's just the only way you're going to get better is by jumping in and giving it a go. If I lose my A, I lose my A. But there's no point just sitting there and not racing, because if I just sit there and I don't try, I'm not going to improve. And if I've got to go backwards a bit to improve, and I know that if I can get a good daily, I know that I can get it back. I mean, if I could get a Brands Hatch GR4 or a Michelin GR4, I know I can get it back easy. So we'll see how we go. The only thing I do want to have a look at very quickly is, what is my SR ranking? My S ranking is quite low. It's all right. It's okay. It's all right then. I'm not going to get into difficulties. This is going to be a completely different kettle of fish, this one, because I will be super concerned. super nervous. Guys are still half an hour away, so they're not going to turn up before the end of this one. Or risky, that's a bit long for me to read. I will try and read it, but I was going to say, there's always new people. So the community second guessing themselves because they think they don't have the pace. And you can tell them, come on, give it a shot. Absolutely. If I do it, you guys can do it. Just stay out of trouble. Yeah, but Dan, you're good. You're fast. Oh, wrong way. I'm thinking about things. Hello, Roger. We're about to go into our first daily race on the UK account. Right, let's see how we go then. Can't remember. Stay over to the left down here. See what, 4 days off. Just take it out of you. Right. Okay, just ignore everything. Shut the door. And I'm going to go very quiet. We'll go very, very quiet and just want to concentrate like crazy. I still haven't quite got the flow of the room. Oh, good. Hello, Wally. Oh, I'm not going to be able to say hello. There's enough time. Just got good luck in. That's about as good as we're going to get. Good luck, Ollie. So he's going to be ahead of me by 3 cars. So he's 3 cars ahead. Okay. Right, let's see what we can do. I hereby bestow some mad Dan skills unto you. Thank you. I might need that. Thank you, Ollie. Good luck to you as well, my friend. Right, okay. We need brake. Don't get caught out this time. Watch for those lights. God, that was a short hold. Oh no. We're in trouble already. Nowhere to go, just got squeezed up against the barrier there. Oh, crikey. What on earth was all that about? It's not good enough. Come on. Gotta be quicker. Gotta be quicker. Dead last again now. Oh. I think I need to be a lot quicker than this. I've got to be quicker. Got to be quicker. Got to be quicker. Oh, 9010. Thanks for popping in, my friend. Ah, 11th. That's rubbish. That's no good. Look, I'm in against bees. I can't even beat the bees. That's going to be a big DR drop. Big DR drop. Yeah. If I can't beat the bees, then that's hopeless. Whoa. How much did we lose? How much did we lose? 348 loss. Ugh. Oh, no. No, 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 no. That's not good. That is not what we want to be doing. Let me just refresh this. For you, and you can see exactly where we're at. There we go. There we go. Big drop. Yeah. I think I've got to be quicker. I need to be a bit. I'm just not quick enough around there at the moment. I am afraid. Yeah, caught up, but just not quick enough. Need to be quicker. Need to be a lot quicker on that one, I think. I think if I can get a half decent lap, I'm not actually convinced on the Aston Martin, if I'm perfectly honest. I'm not completely convinced. Anyway, the guys are... Where are the guys? They might be coming over, so I might have to get Marley ready, or they might be over tomorrow morning. I'm not quite sure yet. So I am going to call it a night there. And I'll try and do some more. I might try and explore a few different cars for that one, and just see if it's like Bathurst, where a different car would suit. That BMW in front of me that I was chasing looked really, really, really good. And I've got my S up, which is good. I mean, that's now, I think, pretty much at the top. Yeah, it is. So that's at the top, which is good. Now what I've got to do is get that lap time down, get a little bit more confidence in the race, and see if we can try and, go top 9, finishing where we were. And also, it was a bit unfortunate I got pinned up against the barrier. Nobody's fault. The guy, it was 3 wide. Again, should I have gone for the gap? Should I have tucked in behind? In hindsight, I think down that straight, what I could have done is tucked in behind, given him a bump draft. Both of us gone through, and we'll probably have taken the place, and I'd have been okay. But again, I did a Senna. The gap was there. I went for it, and the gap closed, and it disappeared on me. Just a bit unfortunate, but there we go. Right, I am going to leave it there, guys. Thank you ever so much for watching. If you haven't already, please smack the like button for this video. It will help me no end. Thank you to our new subscriber this evening, Christian Tertios. I've got a couple of people to look at in the morning with regards to the lobby racing form. I'll get those sorted out and back to you overnight. And hopefully tomorrow we might be able to come back and just do a little bit better in Daily Race C. I will see if either now, while I'm waiting for the guys to arrive, or tomorrow I might try and do some offline time trials and just see if I can get that time down a little bit, and I might explore a few cars. Not quite sure on the cars, if I'm honest. If we go into the rankings, you could see that Mad Hatter, these top guys are all in the Vantage. We then got a couple of F-types. There is a Supra, but no BMW in there. And if we go across to the global ranking, then really you're looking at the GR4 and the F-type. So there is an M4 at 9th. Now, you know what I'm like with the BMWs. Is that guy just really good in the BMW, or could it be? So I think what I need to do, I need to run some laps in the V8 Vantage, a few laps in the Jaguar F-type, a few laps in the BMW, and just see if one of them does stand out. There's another one at 25 in the BMW. There's another one at 33. So there's a few BMWs in here, mostly the V8 Vantage, but are everybody just copying? I don't know. I don't know. We shall see. Anyway, thank you ever so much for watching. I am going to call it a night now. I will be back here 8 o'clock tomorrow for more Daily Race C races, I hope. Hopefully with a lower lap time, and we'll see what we can do. At the moment, as far as the friends ranking is concerned, I'm sitting down in 11th. If I can just find another few tenths of a second, then that could bump me up almost to well, up into the realms of 8, 9 and 10. If I could just find a little bit more, another half a second. Let's see what we can do offline. For now, thank you very much for watching. I will see you again very soon. Take care. Bye.